So I hope you're well. It's about, let's see, close to 6 o'clock, quarter to six, in London here. And I hope you're well. And it's really, really warm today. So I'm drinking Diet Coke instead of coffee. I do have a coffee next to me, but I'm actually drinking the fizzy drink. So this piece I'm going to be working on today is called Granny's Craft Room. It's absolutely lovely, and let's see. So I was about to show you my progress here when it got kind of cut off. So let's see if we can get back to the app here. So this is the entirety of the piece here. I'm using Markup IXP to track my progress. And so from here, so you can see, so I'm on the third page here. The first and second, where there's a lovely little cat in the center there. That's where I started from. And I've finished 2 pages, which is quite remarkable. And I just picked the bottom left of the 2 pages and start working downwards. So this is where I am today. So let me switch back. So here we are. So so the method of choice to for this piece, for this page, I'm using the Gemma's stitches method, which is working from upper left downwards diagonally in a very kind of quite loose fashion. So the only rule for this way of stitching is really just to move away from the edges without floating stitches. So you're not going to see any loose stitches away from the stitch area. And it's a lovely disciplined way of working. I really enjoy it. So I do change my stitch method based on, based on the project. So it's really nice to be able to switch around. It's great fun. So, and before I forget, let me show you the full mock-up. Isn't it gorgeous? It's just so lovely. So you can see the cat, little kitten in the middle, and that's where I'm starting from. And so I'm working on the little sort of drawer thing, wooden drawer thing, below the little cat there. So it's really whimsical, really warm piece, and I can't wait. So let me see. Let me bring out the markup on the left there, so you can have some reference there. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So the last few days, I've been sort of entrenched in 25 count Heaven and Earth design. And it's so lovely to come back to larger stitches, and this nice rest for the eyes as well, and switch to different stitching method as well. So from here, let me just make sure my tablet is plugged in and has being charged at the same time. So what I'm going to do mostly is kind of just smooth out this line as I stitch to maintain that diagonal sort of shape. So I think I'm going to move toward this area here. Zoom in a little bit. It's so nice to have large stitches. So nice to have large stitches. And let me know if the audio is okay, because I'm getting a little bit of rare signals with my microphone. So let me know so I can adjust it and fix it if you can't hear me very well. So, And it's quite weird to switch the tracking app as well. So I kind of have to get my head around, which is part of the challenge, part of the fun. So let me just highlight the stitches I'm going to be doing. So it's going to be color 3A29, 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 and by the way, 3A29. So the floss you're looking at, it's actually the floss that came with the kit. So this project is actually coming from a cross-stitching kit. So it's got everything I needed, and the fabric and the floss. They're all coming from the same pack of from the charm maker, so to speak. So let me just pull that out there. And also, this is 14 counts and 2/1. So I'm using 2 strands, which is great fun as well because I get to do loop start, which is my favorite. It's so interesting switching from 25 counts 1/1 because there are things that you just do almost autopilot. You know, you take on, you pick up one strand and you thread, whereas with this one I have to remember to fold it in half. And I get to do loop start. Yes. Let me see if we can zoom in even more for you. And let me know what you're working on. I'm always interested to find out whether you're stitching with me. And if you are, I love to know what you're working on. So this piece is a bit less known because Heaven and Earth design, there are tons and tons of people working on charts from them. And so if you mention certain piece, you can probably sort of remember whether there's a floss tuber or someone that you know, maybe yourself, is working on. Whereas this piece is relatively unknown, so I think it's quite interesting. It's such a beautiful, sweet piece. And not many people get to stitch. So I felt very lucky to be able to stitch this pattern. And I have no idea who the artist is. I'd love to know. And if you do, please let me know, because it's not, the information is not included in the kit. So even though I've been working on this piece for a couple of years now, I have no idea who the artist is. So let me see. I'm going to park it down here. So 4 to the left, 2, 3, 4. It's so nice to have stitches so big. It's so strange. That's so lovely. And I'm going to mark the part area. So with this method, there's quite a lot of parking and also a lot of thread changes. So you need to be able to kind of enjoy that process, which I do. I don't mind threading or switch colors at all. It's kind of just automatic. So, and this one. So this is the method I learned from Gemma Stitches. If you don't know who she is, look up her YouTube channel. It's called Gemma Stitches, and she does beautiful, beautiful pieces. Mostly, I think, if I can recall, if I remember correctly, they're all 14 counts mostly. And she's one of those monogamous stitchers. I mean, she does have a couple of other projects going on, but she's very focused on a single piece at a time, which is something I absolutely cannot do. If you if you look at my streams, you probably figure that out. It's she's very single-minded when it comes to the pieces she's working on, and she actually finishes she actually finishes her projects. How amazing. 3822 3822. I've got one threaded already, so I tend to park leftover threads and needles on my organizer, so it's kind of there waiting for me. And also, I hate wasting my floss, so I make sure I use them up till I can't anymore when they're really, really short. So let me see. With large stitches like this, sometimes I do loop stitches even when there's no loop. So, but most of the times I just do this with some care. I just stitch over and pull it as short as I can, like that. Oops. See, I need to warm up a little bit. So let me bring it over here. So normally the first few stitches, they're more, I don't know what's wrong with the this floss here. Let me smooth it out. Kind of snag the bottom part, which is kind of odd. There you go, better. So I tend to just pull this tail as close to the edge as I can, and then put my needle through the other color corner, and then just stitch over it. Let me see. Take it off the needle and just stitch over it. It tends to be quite secure. I haven't had any problem. And then I just tease this bit down, so I don't have to snip it or anything, which is quite handy. And it seems to be quite secure. No problem so far. Oh, it's so nice to stitch something so big. There you go, with this one down here. So there's another part thread here. So this is a method. It's quite a nice test for your patience. It's like meditation, because you do need to follow the steps. You can't just charge forward with brute force, because it requires a little bit of strategy, you know, in terms of planning ahead in your head. So you know which stitch, which color to move forward next. And it's really good sort of mental exercise, I think. It's so warm today. I actually have my electric fans on, which is very unusual if you live in London, we rarely get so hot that you need, let me just pull this thread over there so it doesn't get in the way. We rarely get so hot that it requires, you know, fans basically. So you can't even buy fans unless it's really hot summer. But it's been pretty warm the last few days. So I am over here. I'm gonna do these 3 stitches. It's so relaxing to do. Move it over a little bit more here. I think I'm going to stitch down a little bit. We've got the space there. So 1, 2, 1, 2, let me mark it. And then I'm going to park it down. Actually, I'm going to stitch down. I love watching Gemma stitches. She's so calm, and I think she's from Canada, and she would talk about things around her house, you know, her life. It's a very, very calming thing to do. And I think there are different kind of floss tube videos out there. And I enjoy most of them. I think the ones I probably watch less is the ones with music. You know, I don't mind without speech. Sometimes it's really relaxing to watch, but those with music in the background, I find it a little bit hard because my brain just starts to interpret the music and kind of wondering, you know, do I like this music? Do I not like this music? And because what I like about silent ones, you know, those just stitch without speech, that's quite nice too. But I like to listen to the sound of the fabric. So if there's no speech, I just like to listen to the fabric and the thread going through the fabric. It's very relaxing. And I think that's universally enjoyed for some reason, even people who don't stitch. And that's very interesting. Why does it relax people to listen to the sound of the thread going through fabric? It is something I'll love to get to know more about why that is. But if you drown that with music, then, you know, if you enjoy the music, then that's fine. But what if you don't? Then you're in trouble. So that's a little bit of a shame. And I actually did one video before I started live streaming. I actually did a recorded video of me not talking. And you probably figured out that didn't last very long, because I literally had to keep my mouth shut, and that was difficult. I just naturally want to talk about what I'm doing. It's just a thing. So it was actually very challenging. So I realized that it's not really for me. It's great if someone else does it, but it is not for me. I just talk things through most of the time. So let me just double check this color. I think it was parked in a incorrect location. Let me show you my little cat needle minder here. It's A44. So A44 is supposed to be this color. Okay, now I know what it is. So it should be one stitch down here. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to create, because I'm going to take this color over to the right there. I don't want to start a new thread. So I'm going to break my rules. Sorry, Gemma. I'm going to create a boxed in stitch, which you're not supposed to be doing with this method. So I'm going to stitch on the one next to this one, which essentially create a boxed in stitch here. Very naughty of me. See, that's a sort of boxed in stitch. And the great thing about this method is that every stitch you make is open in some way. So the area is not surrounded by stitches, and it makes the stitching more neat. But also I'm going to finish this thread here because I have another part thread that's the same color. So I'm going to just tuck this thread underneath. So sometimes when you do cross country, for instance, you just end up with a lot of loose stitches everywhere, and you have to go back to find. And also the fabric becomes quite tight to stitch. So it depends on what type of stitcher you are. Some people might not mind. And also it probably depends on what kind of project, what fabric count. But if you want to avoid that, this method is beautiful. It's a great way of making sure every stitch is nice and open. A44, I'm going to part this back, this needle back. So it really depends on what is important for you when it comes to stitching experience. For me, the experience of, how the needle goes through, how the fabric feels, and how the thread feels come before the speed. So I don't want to sacrifice my experience for speed. So even though, cross country in general is faster, but then you create some problems as well. So you move it over here, there's plenty of space there. Let's see. And then I'm going to take it over to patch this stitch so no one knows, no one will notice that I've broken the rules. Right, and then I'm going to go under here and part the thread here. So I'm just easing away from the edges. And just need to remember to park it. And in terms of where you go next, it really depends. As you can see, the diagonal line isn't smooth, but I'm going roughly this direction. And so you're constantly working to smooth out the line. And so that's kind of the driving force for this type of stitching. And I tend to pick up, look at the threads. You kind of have, you know, threads kind of sticks out. It's kind of calling you to stitch next, like this one here, for instance. It's hard to explain. I would recommend that you try this way of stitching and see if you like it. I love it. Let me just get the lighting here. So the texture of the floss, the thread coming from the kid, feels a little bit different from DMC, for instance. So the thread, they number the same way as DMC. So they're DMC compatible. So if for any reason you run out of the thread here, which is unlikely because they're very generous with the floss, but if you do run out, I'm going to stitch the one underneath as well. As long as still nice and open. So if you run out of the floss for any reason, you can just use any other compatible DMC compatible floss. You know, you can use CXC, you can use DMC. So the thread chart is kind of transparent, whereas if you're aware of, there's another company called Gecko Rouge. It's another company. They specialized in sort of made to order. Let me see, made to order cross stitching kits. But their thread chart, yeah, their thread card, they use their own numbering system, which is essentially from 1 to the maximum number of colors. So you don't know, even though the thread's supposed to be DMC compatible, you don't really know what they are. And I think they do so to prevent people from maybe pirate the chart. I understand that could happen. And then knowing exactly what number, because basically if you can get hold of a copy of the PDF, and then you have the thread card, you know exactly what number threads for those symbols. Essentially, you can distribute that chart to anybody, and you know there's no copyright restriction. Well, there's a restriction. It's just that technically you could just give it to someone else, and they don't want that. I understand it. So instead of showing what number DMC thread it is, you just get a sort of a number, really. So this one I'm going to snip off because it's the last one in this area. I don't see any more. Oh, there's a couple of them underneath, but I won't park that far away. So this is 3363, 3363. And I'm going to park it. 3363, why does it look different? 3363 33. Oh, it looks blue actually, so maybe it wasn't the correct color. Never mind, you couldn't tell. So yes, I was talking about the Gecko Rouge thread cast system. I mean, it's quite popular. It's getting quite popular. I don't know whether it's popular maybe outside the UK because it's a British company. So I don't know whether it's widely known, but it's getting more commonly known in the silver stitching world. And I think they ship outside the country as well. Let me see. Over here, 1, 2, 3. Let me just double check this one. Yes. And but yeah, it's a bit of a problem if you do run out of Gecko Rouge floss, then you kind of have to do a color match with a thread, with the DMC thread card or thread catalog, and try to guess what number that is. So that can be a little bit of a problem. I mean, the chances of you running, out of the thread is probably not going to happen that frequently, but it's just sense of security because you don't want to feel like you could potentially run out of material, I don't like that thought. But I understand the reason they do it. I get it. That's another one here. 2 stitches down. So I allow myself to stitch one below if there's a stitch on top already. So I'm okay with that. But I think parity of charts is not uncommon. I've already seen Gecko Rouge charts being not so much the PDF itself, but I think the images, because they're normally coming from certain artists, and I'm sure they have some sort of contractual agreement that you could use my image, you can chart my painting, for instance, or illustration. And it's not uncommon to see them kind of randomly appearing on eBay or certain companies, maybe not so reputable. They might grab images, artists' work from somewhere without permission, and then create charts. I mean, anybody can chart an image. There's software out there, so it's not a difficult thing to do, I don't think. The question is whether you can chart it well. I think that's more important. And there's some very poorly charted cross-stitching kits out there, let me tell you. 498. There you go, beautiful burgundy. But Heaven and Earth is very, transparent about it. They, I think they do sell material. Sometimes you can buy a material pack, but they're primarily known as a pattern company. That's their bread and butter. And And, you know, technically you could give away their PDF. You know, you can duplicate like 100 copies and send to 100 friends of yours if you have 100 friends. I don't think I do. But technically you could do that and they're okay with that. Probably it's kind of a trust basis. You know, you trust your customers not to mess about and do that. And I think 99%, 0.9% of the people who stitch and buy charts from Heaven and Earth have no intention of just, you know, distribute the PDF to people without permission. I'm sure no one, not many, you know, very, very few people, if at all, would do that. I think 99.999% of their customers are just good-hearted, regular people. They just love stitching. And also the charts are reasonably priced. If you buy them with regular prices, you could say, yeah, you know, it's like some are close to $20. But they do sales quite frequently. So if you're patient and just wait for the sales, to be honest, you can get charged half the price very easily. Very easily. So let me see, that one is done. And I'm going to park it down here. The next one, I think I'm going to go for this one. I do miss parking. So there's one over here. Oh. It's so satisfying. Every stitch is so solid. One over here. I feel I'm warmed up slightly from the few stitches, because when you switch projects and switch methods, you do need to kind of get your head around a little bit. And the beginning of a session, normally, you know, if I make mistakes, normally I make mistakes in the first few stitches. And then I'm warmed up and everything flows. So 3371 in theory, okay? It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. 3371. Here we go. Let me see, this bit gets a little bit messy here. But Gecko Rouge is, I would say their charts are beautiful. I have one piece from them. It's really, really, really big. And I'll definitely stitch it on the stream at some point. It's absolutely massive. Bigger than most of the supersize Heaven and Earth projects. It's got so many stitches involved, I can't even remember how many. We're talking a lot of it, a lot of it. And it's a beautiful piece. It's got so much going on with the design. Right, I'm going to go downwards here. It's a very clear definition. Sort of color division here. Oh, Carol Rogers from Texas. Hello, Carol. What time is it over there? It's probably still morning, right? Texas. Greetings to you from London. But over here, because we have pretty long daylight during the summer, so it's still really, really bright outside. It probably won't get dark till about 9 o'clock, which is quite nice. Contrast to a very dark winter sometimes. And let me see. I think I may have a duplicate color here. Let me have a look. Yes, I do. That's okay. Let me park it down here. Sometimes I forget to mark the park thread, so I get a bit confused. But I'm going to park it over here. "12:30 p.m. Just noon. Oh, have you had your lunch?" 12:30. How nice. So Saturday is a great day to maybe do a little bit of cooking, probably more than usual, because sometimes I just rush through my meals because I'm busy. But in weekends or whenever I can have a rest day, I try to do some cooking. So let me move up slightly here. So, thank you, Carol. I love this piece. If you look at the markup on the upper right there, it's just whimsical, and it looks like a beautiful spring afternoon, or even summer. I don't know. It's really green outside the window with a piece, so it's very, very appropriate for a day like this. So 1, 2. Let me mark this one. So I'm going to park underneath here. Right. So, and I'm going to move over for this one, this beautiful orange. Rest and enjoy it. Yes, absolutely. Stitching is like meditation, isn't it? It just, you do one stitch at a time, one thread at a time, or 2 threads in this case, double, 2 strands. But, and you breathe with it. It's a bit like yoga, isn't it? There's a lot of parallel, I think. So Cara, are you stitching as well? And if you are, I'd love to know what you're working on. So there is remaining 2 more. The thread is getting a little bit short. I'll see, maybe I'll end this thread here. I'll do 1 more here. And then I'm going to end it. I'll tuck it over there. Maybe down a little bit. Not today. Oh, numb hands. That due to too much stitching. I've been stitching a lot for the last few days as well. But my hands are okay. But my eyes were a little bit strained with the 25 counts. I was like waist deep into 25 counts for the last few days. So it's a really, really nice rest for my eyes, looking at larger stitches for a few days, I think. Let me see. Numb hands. I think it must have been during the lockdown period. I was stitching every day. I was stitching so much because there wasn't that much, to do, entertainment wise. And yeah, at one point I had to put a band-aid, plaster, that's what we call it here, on my, I think it might have been my middle finger here. Because probably it's just the way I use the needles. And I use the middle finger to push the needles up a lot of times. And yeah, I kind of created a little bit of injury because I just had the needles kind of pushing through the same spot. So many times, so much, and I had to I had to put a plaster on. So stitching injuries could happen. Oh, magnifying. Okay, yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea to use the magnifying light. Yeah, and a lot of them have light attached to the light as well, I think. So, but I think, yeah, that's got to help, particularly with 55, sorry, the 25 upwards, definitely. "75 is not old at all, not at all. I have ladies in their 70s coming to my yoga classes, and they look amazing. They're so strong. I just found out one of the students, regulars, they've been coming to my classes for maybe over a year, and I thought she was around some late 40s max, and then the other week I found out that she was she's going to celebrate her 72nd birthday, I think next March. I was floored. I was like, whoa. Yoga is age reversing for sure, and she's so strong. She can do any pose just like anyone else. So yeah, it's amazing. So 75 is not old at all. Let me see. Next one, I think this one. I might move on to this one here. I normally just look at the shape and see how I can smooth it out. So if I zoom out a little bit, so you can see the general direction there. It's not sort of, you know, straight line, but I might start to work on this corner to smooth it out. So it's almost like a game that that you just constantly stitch to smooth out the line. It's fun. It's really fun to do. And I'm gonna move down to the bottom left as well. So Kara says, don't know when it happened. I was 35, 31, and out of sudden 74. Oh dear. Did you have a really long sleep? A long slumber and wake up? 75, 74. But time flies, definitely. That's why it's important to kind of live for the moment and be kind of fully aware, because that's when life happens, isn't it? And a lot of times we're so entrenched in daily routines, and I think time really flies when you're have a routine that you just go flow with it, which is not always a bad thing. Which is not always a bad thing, but at the same time, if you're not, if you don't remind yourself from time to time to not just get kind of, you know, sucked into a certain pattern, then time could just literally disappear. So it's always a challenge to be fully aware of the present moment, really. It's easy to say, but it's also a practice because it's not a intellectual process. You know, it's a constant, I don't know, it's a bit like exercise. That more you do, the more aware you are. So it's, you know, it's a mind practice very much. It's not always easy. But ultimately, the age is just age. It's just time, and, you know, depends on whether you think time exists. These stitches here. I'm going to move down. There are a couple of stitches here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why don't I move it down here. Let's just do it by the book. Let me just do these 2 stitches and smooth out the corner there a little bit. And then I'm going to end the thread because it's getting quite short now. Can probably manage one more. I hate wasting my threads because they're so beautiful and they're meant to be stitched. I don't want to throw them away if I can possibly help it. So I'm going to move toward the bottom corner left here so I can maintain that diagonal line. So I'm going to just do 1 stitch here and then I'm going to park it down here. Let me have a sip of my Coke. I do enjoy the Diet Coke. I know it's not the best thing for you. It does have the sweetener, but you know, I don't have many vices. I don't drink. I don't party, not really. I drink a little bit of Diet Coke. And lots of coffee. If caffeine is vice, then I'm criminal. I'm a sinner. So 1 over here. And I'm going to park it down 2 stitches down. Let me see. Yes. Now parking with a markup RXP, I've talked about this before, is not the easiest things to do. It's you have to press and hold for like a couple of seconds before it would, you know, bring up a pop-up, and then you have to select which corner you park. So it's I think they could make it a little bit easier to do, but it's just the way it is right now. And if the developers for Markup RXP is watching by any chance, please give us an easier way to park. You know, we're paying for a subscription every year. It would be great if you could improve the app from time to time. Not asking for a lot. And I think for, you know, most of us, if you mostly stitch with PDF, sort of digital patterns, and I say Pattern Keeper, and also my recently discovered Cross Stitch Saga, they're probably 2 of the best in terms of functionality, usability, which is big. But if you have print patterns, which I do, and I like to work with a marking app, then markup RXP is quite powerful. Its import, I think its strength is really that ability to import a good scan. If you scan your paper chart well, then it's pretty good at interpreting the chart and then export it as an interactive digital chart. So I'm grateful in that sense. That's pretty much the only reason I use it. I don't use it for Heaven and Earth projects. I use Pattern Keeper and Cross Stitch Saga now. But paper charts, I do need to rely on markup RXP. At least for now, until something else come along. Hopefully there'll be more stitching apps on the market. Because it's good for us. It means that there's competition, so they have to improve. They can't just stay still, right? If there's one single app that kind of dominates the market, then the motivation to improve will be lessened. To keep them on their toes. I'm loving this piece so much. I know I say that to about every single piece I'm working on, but that's all true. Over here a little bit. And also the other day I was watching Gemma Stitch's channel, and she does sort of monthly update of her whips. And there's one piece, I think it's she charged it herself. It's sort of Star Wars. Is it Star Wars? Star Trek? I can never tell the difference. Maybe Star Wars. And she kind of started that piece. I can't remember, a few months ago. But basically, it's just a patch of very dark colors. And there's another piece, I think it's some sort of maybe Zelda, the computer game themed piece. It's just black background or dark color, navy perhaps. And oh my, I don't know if I could, even think about doing something like that. It's just a vast ocean of darkness of the same color. So I just can't even imagine working on projects like that. I just can't. I need changes, and I need a lot of things to happen on this, on the fabric, on the design. Otherwise I get very, very bored. I think I'm going to move on to this stitch on the left there. And when you're working diagonally, you basically creating a sort of a edge that goes across your design, and very often you get very different color palette depends on where you move to. For instance, you've got really vibrant orange, burgundy here, and here suddenly you have really dark color, and you can pick and choose which area you want to work with at that moment in time, so you don't get bored. You know, you don't want to get fatigued with the color. Sometimes if you work on an area, it's got very similar colors. Yeah, after a while you get really fatigued looking at it, and it's kind of less fun, I think. Let me see up here. Let me make sure. Yes, over here. And then I'm going to move up to this one. So the last page, the page above the current one, I actually did cross country within the page, and it was fun to do as well. But at the end of the page, it became a lot more challenging because I ended up with lots of single stitches and loose stitches everywhere within that page, and it took me a while to actually pick up all of them and fill up the entire page. It wasn't, I can't say I enjoy that very much. So I think that it's a drawback for color completion, you know, within a page, unless you have tools like Cross Stitch Saga, which allows you to go from, it calculates all the stitch counts for each color. So you have options to go from maximum to minimum, or the other way around. I tend to go from minimum to maximum. But I can't really do this with any other apps, Pattern Keepers or Markup RXP, not effectively. I think you could do it page wide with Markup RXP, but because this pattern I scanned from paper, so you know it's hit and miss with some stitches, so I still ended up with a lot of loose stitches. So otherwise it was great fun and really fast as well. I think if you just, you know, happy to take your thread everywhere without worrying about the bulk that you could build or floating thread, then yeah, it's fast and really free as well. So where am I? Let's have a look. So it's here. Let me just check on this color to make sure it's the right thread. 355. Let's make sure that color is correct. Ah, you see, I have my suspicion. Yeah, it's, I think this might be. This might be 498. I am correct. Okay, I parked it in the wrong spot. Just fine. Well spotted, well spotted. I'll see you later, Carol. Have a great remaining of the day and come back to visit me whenever you can. It's great to chat with you. And 355. And I'm going to pick the right thread. Beautiful. Let me see. Let me just mark these ones. One, two. Oh, hang on a second. There's 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to take it back here. So I think I parked in the right spot. It's just I thought I didn't mark my chart properly. I got a bit confused. Here we go. In that case, I'm going to stitch this one first. So this method is pretty much about stitching in order as much as you can. And the order is determined on whether the stitches are attached to the edges. And it took me a while to get my head around, and luckily Gemma had quite a few tutorials, and I was obsessed watching them because I wanted to figure out how it worked. And as far as I know, I think she's still the only person I ever come across on YouTube anyway that stitched this way. So it was really helpful to have the tutorial just to get to know her thought process. And one of my favorite things to Google on YouTube when it comes to stitching is stitching methods and parking methods, because I'm constantly looking for new ways of stitching, sort of different methods, different rules. I like to experiment with them, because each time you change stitching method, it feels like you are working on a completely different project. So like, you know, stitching this method for this page is a completely different experience comparing to stitching cross country with the last page. Let me see, I'm here. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna stitch this one as well. So, trying to think. No, change my mind. I'm going to take it over here. 1, 2, 3. So I keep that diagonal line going there. There's 3 more down here. To the first leg first. And there's another row underneath of the same color. So this piece, there's some confetti, but not too bad. But you can see it's beautifully, quite beautifully charted. You know, the color transition and everything. It's just so lovely. Even though, I think, how many colors here? I think there might only be 45 or 50 colors involved in this piece. Definitely under 60 anyway. But it's beautiful nevertheless. You don't need 250 colors necessarily. I mean, it's a different kind of, you know, results, but it's lovely still. You know, I think the number of colors do help, but it's how it's charted. It's just like paintings, isn't it? It's not how many colors are involved. Ultimately, it's where you put the brushes, the paint. Let me see. Move on over here. This is so relaxing, and I'm so happy to be able to do so much stitching the last few days. It's good for the soul, I think. Good for the soul. And I'm looking forward, you know, every day, particularly busy days, that I'll be able to find some time in the evening, later in the day. Just sit down and stitch. What a wonderful thing. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit more diagonal now. Very nice. Trying to see. I'm going to move down here, I think. My cat is sneezing. Dolly's sneezing. Don't know whether you can hear it. Oh, poor thing. Hey, baby. Hello. Have you been sneezing? What's up? One, two, three. Okay, that one's done. Stitching this piece is like coming home. I remember I got this pattern. I spotted this kit on Amazon during COVID. And at that time, I already had like tons of projects already ongoing. And I saw this kit and I was thinking, oh, should I get it? Should I get it? And at that time, I was, mostly stitching 25 counts. And I was thinking, oh, will I enjoy 14 count again, even though I started off stitching 14 count. And then I was so happy that I got it, because later on, not very long afterwards, I realized that it's sold out, or I don't know whether they still make them anymore. So we can't really get this kit anymore, unfortunately. I hope they get them back again, because that company's got quite a lot of really nice designs that's not commonly known, because most people, at least as far as the floss tuber goes, they mostly stitch kind of quite well-known chart companies with sort of projects that, from companies that it's quite well-known. But this one, I'm not aware that, let me park it up a little bit. So I don't know too much about this company, but I've got about 4 different patterns from them. They will come with floss and everything, and I've been thoroughly happy with them. Here, we remember to park it, to mark it here. Oh, may have parked this one incorrectly. The wrong spot. I think on these two, the same color. They look like the same color, so I just duplicate the thread. And then I'm going to stitch this one as well down here. And poke it down. I think I missed one stitch there. Just take it back. With this one, I'm going to just snip it off. Let me have a drink of my Diet Coke here. So there's a sharp corner there I like to fix. Trying to figure a way to maybe have another stitcher, another floss tuber. Not that I call myself floss tuber. I'm a complete newbie, but I'm trying to figure out a way maybe we could stitch live, or I can stitch live with another floss tuber. So I need to work out the technical capability here. Let me just put this one down here. It would be so much fun, you know, to stitch together live. And once I've figured it out, I don't know, maybe Karen, the needlebug, lovely Karen, might be interested. Or Nikki might be interested. It's getting quite short here. You know, it's like stitching with your friends. You know, get together, stitching together. I remember when I was a kid, my mom taught me how to knit. So, I've been loving knitting all my life. I just love making things. So I always involve myself with projects like that. And I remember one of the things I love most is kind of just snuggle with my mom and knit together. It's such a fun memory. I learned so many things from my mom, and knitting was one of them. But and we were very, 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 very close. How many varies did I say? Yeah, we were very close. But she's passed away a few years ago. I can't believe it. It's been so many years, quite a few years. But it feels like maybe it feels like it's just happened, to be honest. It's really crazy. And I miss her every day. Every day. So let me see, where do I want to go next? Maybe I want to do this one. And since I sort of fell in this full coverage rabbit hole, maybe about 3 years ago, I haven't knitted that much. I mean, I've got a whole room of wool, yarn, still waiting to be stitched. Or knitted, rather. But it's a capacity. I've only got so much time. And I choose to stitch most of the time. So, but for many years, knitting has been one of the things I find really, really relaxing to do, just like stitching. Let me see. Maybe I should move down to the bottom left corner there to smooth out this bit. Let me see. Cool. I'm going to break the rules a little bit so I can take the thread down. Let me have a look. I think this project has just right amount of confetti, so it's not, you know, an entire patch of the same color that you get bored, but it's not so much confetti that you get fed up with. You know, sometimes you just go, oh dear, not another single stitch. But yeah, it really depends on my mood, because sometimes I crave for a little bit of confetti, would you believe? You just feel like you quite fancy just stitching with a lot of color changes within the same area. So I think that's why it's quite nice to have multiple projects that you can switch around. So it feels fresh all the time. I think if you just stick with one project, I think mentally you just have to kind of charge forward no matter what, even, you know, when you stitch areas that maybe you don't enjoy that much. But I can't really do that. I just need to switch around. And it doesn't matter how much I love a piece, you know, I think it's just healthy to change around, regain perspective. And when you come back, you appreciate it even more. Right, and I'm going to park it just down here. Let me see if there's another stitch down here. If not, I'm going to end it. Or I could choose to pop down here. It's too far away. Good. No, I'm going to pocket under here and end it. So I tend not to park further than 10 stitches, kind of a block away. I think with higher count fabrics like 25, I might park a little bit further. Otherwise, I tend to end the thread 3371. Okay, put the pocket here. I think I'm going to park it over here. One, two. Uh, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Going to stitch this 2 here. Let me have a sip of my coffee. And just one stitch here. And I'm gonna park it down. Let me have a look. Much better. So I think I'm going to maybe move up a little bit and start to smooth out this corner there. Well, it's not a corner, it's like a curve. And maybe move slightly toward the right here. Ooh, exciting. Maybe I'm going to start from here. So start building a diagonal line toward the right hand side. Upper right a little bit. And the page, the current page literally ends around here. That's the other end of the page 3. So I'll have to be very disciplined to not stitch outside. It's very tempting. Sometimes the same color, you just go, well, maybe I just stitch over. Oh, Amanda, hello. Amanda says, hello, I finally caught her live. Yes, where are you? Which time zone you are? So I tend to do it sometimes late at night in the UK, but recently, in the last few days, I managed to do it a little bit earlier. So I'm kind of catching slightly different people here. Depends on where your time zone is. So 5 actors. So welcome, welcome. Are you stitching, Amanda? And if you are, let me know what you're working on. 552, 552 here. 5 is beautiful, purpley color. USA Eastern Time. Eastern Time, where would that be? I'm so terrible with time zone. I can barely work out where I am at the time zone. My time zone. But I presume it's earlier than the UK. Yeah, because even with the United States, even within the same country, you've got several different time zones, don't you? I mean, talk about making it difficult. We've got one here, and I can just about manage it. I'm eating watermelon. Watermelon! Oh, one of my favorite fruits. We get watermelon here with some shops, but it's not always the best watermelon because it's tropical fruits. And they probably need to ship them from somewhere far away. So sometimes they're not so great, unfortunately. UK watermelon. There's room for improvement there. But my local health food store, there's one down the road. Sometimes they have really nice and fresh ones. So if I manage to find them, I tend to get a wedge whenever I can. But I don't think I've had watermelon this year just yet. Now you reminded me. I need to look them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Amanda says, we'll be stitching soon on a picture I created of my mom and dad. Oh my God, how lovely. And it's 2:39. Okay, so you're a few hours behind UK time. So you charted it yourself. That's lovely. I haven't tried charting anything, to be honest. I play with sort of charting programs like ages ago, just out of curiosity. But I've never really tried charting anything. I think I attempted to create sort of sampler type of thing, so working with pixels, isn't it? But other than that, I haven't really played with it. And the tricky thing is, it might look one way with the chart, whatever software that you use, but do you not wonder whether it's going to come out as planned? I wonder. But that's so lovely. So it's a picture of your mum and dad. That's really lovely. I wouldn't dare charting anything involves my mom or my dad. I'll probably cry every time I look at it, which is probably not a good thing. Let me see. Let me park it somewhere else. It's been a few years, but it still feels pretty raw. Depends on the day, so I try to be very careful. Let me park it over here, fourth on the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Amanda says, I did wonder how it would turn out, but I'm very pleasantly surprised. Oh, so I'm guessing you've progressed a little bit. That's really nice to know, because I'd be a little bit nervous. That's really wonderful. Merit. Have I pronounced it correctly? Merit. Hello from Denmark. Hello, Denmark. I think you were the first one on the chat from Denmark. That's so lovely. Welcome. So you're in the same time zone as me. That's nice to know. It's not too late right now. It's very civilized. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Amanda says, I lost my dad soon after creating it. Oh dear. It has been on hold well over a year. For well over a year. Just recently picked it up again. I totally get it, Amanda. That is, oh, I'm so sorry. I hope he knew that you were charting a photo with him in it and your mum. Yeah, but I think it's a lovely way to remember the people you lost, isn't it? I just haven't got the courage. I'm a little bit too fragile, I think. So I really, I'm so happy for you to be able to pick it up and work on it. But Parents are special. 3607. And the thing is, the relationship with parents is not, it's very nuanced, isn't it? You can love them deeply, but sometimes you don't always get along. That happens too. And I was a difficult teenager for sure. I wasn't, I'm sure I wasn't an easy child to have. I would answer back. I would tell them what I want, what I don't want. And it's not always easy to have an outspoken child like that. And, so we had conflict sometimes. And it's not always easy. But particularly with I think with both my parents, to be honest, maybe there was a time that we didn't get along. But the thing is, particularly with my mom, I was always very close to my mom. But it doesn't mean we get along every day. But the love was always there, for sure. And it wasn't until I grew up and kind of started to see my parents as human. It's a strange way of saying it. Because as a child, you think that parents, they're supposed to know everything. They're supposed to know how to treat you properly. They're supposed to know what you want. But it took me a while to realize that they're just human beings, normal people trying to do their best. And it wasn't until then I started to kind of, really improve my relationship with my mom. With my dad, it was trickier. It's a long story. But with my mom, we really found a new way to be with each other and to, my mom and we were like friends, to be honest. I know it sounds cliche, but we were really close friends. I would tell her things that I wouldn't tell anybody. My problems with relationship, stuff like that. A lot of things you talk to with your girlfriends, really close friends. I would tell my mom, and she never treated me like a child. She would. I think it goes both ways. I think she treated me like a child for years, which is what parents do. But then she realized I was a grown up. I was just a person as well. Is that mutual respect that we kind of found with each other, and that was when the things start to change, and we became very, very, very close. And I'm so happy that I managed to have some very, very happy years together. So Amanda says, I'm very close to my mom as well. She's my best friend. Oh, I wish my mom was here now. I need to give me a few moments here. I knew I wasn't supposed to talk about it, so there you go. Oh, sorry. Let me have a sip of coffee. Compose myself.
But I'm just very happy that. Oh no, Amanda, no. It's probably good not to bottle it down all the time because you can kind of, pull it aside. I don't know whether you're aware of there's this feature. I've got an iPhone, and they've they've got this really terrible feature called Memories, and it's turned on by default without your permission. And what it does, you probably come across it if you have an iPhone. It would just kind of just randomly flash you photos. Something they probably use some sort of AI and say, hey, it's memorable, fond memories. Look at these photos from your album. And there will be photos of my mom and my dad, just randomly. They just serve it up like it's nothing. I can't tell you how many times I was ambushed, and I was so mad. I was just in the middle of something, and suddenly this thing was suddenly, my mom's photo was suddenly pop up. And, you know, I'm just totally unprepared for that. So I had to find a way to turn it off. And they make it very kind of hidden. I had to Google on how to turn that damn feature off. Seriously, Apple, have some consideration for people's lives. You don't just flash photos randomly. You don't know what's in their albums. So stop doing that. And I'll recommend that you turn it off because, they shouldn't show you photos without your permission. But sometimes, I've just like whoever you lost, it could be human, you could be animals. Sometimes you feel sadness for sure, but at the same time, you feel the sadness because there's so much love. You're not going to feel sad for people you don't have, profound love for. So the fact that I'm still feeling so much is because I love, there's so much love there. So I feel quite lucky that way. I'm sure you understand, Amanda. That one is done. And I think all emotions have their places. I think if you kind of try to suppress it too much, it's probably not a good thing. I think. You see. So I've got one stitch here. Let me just mark it. 3328. I've got one threaded. I remember reading this book that says that, you know, sometimes we talk about this world, everything's got an opposite side. You know, you have black, you've got white, you've got front, you've got back, and left and right. You know, everything is in polarities. And I remember the book says, but love has no opposite. Love is just love. You know, some people might say the opposite of love is hate, but it's not true. Love has no opposite. It just is. And I can't agree more. It's one stitch here, 3328. And pop it back there. So this chart, because it's imported from paper charts, so even though the software has done a pretty good job picking up most stitches, most symbols, sometimes they're, you know, it's a bit of a hit and miss sometimes. So I have to kind of manually fix this from time to time. 3047. Is this light yellow here? I'm going to park it down here, second from the left. And 327. It's beautiful purple here. Hello, Vega. Vega says, good morning. I woke up early. 4 a.m. from Japan. My God. Yes, you said hello yesterday as well, or the day before. Hello, so it's 4 o'clock in the morning in Japan. Oh dear. But I'm happy that you did that. So I'm happy that you managed to catch me live. Greetings to Japan. And let me know if you're stitching 4 a.m. in the morning. And what are you working on then? Is it popular in Japan to do this kind of stitching? And I know of a Japanese lady. Her name is Komari. I think is Komari. I've been watching her for quite a while, and she does a lot of live stream as well. And her work is beautiful. She does supersize heaven and earth projects, and she can stitch so fast. It's crazy. I definitely recommend her channel. I think it's Komari. If she hasn't changed the channel name already, but I have a feeling she might have. But if you search for the name, it should pop up. She does mostly 25 counts, heaven and earth, supersize, all sorts of things. And because she stitched so fast, she's got quite a few finished pieces, which is remarkable. Let me take this one over here. And she's one of those sort of stitchers that can stick to one single piece as well. So I think that's why she managed to finish so many pieces. And on top of that, she's super fast. Let me park it here. And when I started watching Komari, maybe a couple of years ago, most people, maybe from the West, over here, people tend to use pattern keepers. Most stitchers are probably aware of it because without an app like that, it's really difficult to manage large pieces like heaven and earth design. But this lady, was stitching with paper charts, and she will have sort of A4 sheets, and she will use a pen and maybe a highlighter. No, I think it's just a pen, and she will scribble on top of it, and she knows exactly, which ones are marked and unmarked. I mean, she's badass. She definitely is badass. She's like the Michael Jordan of the stitching world. For sure. Not that I know anything about Michael Jordan other than he plays basketball. Don't ask me anything about sports. It would draw a blank. This one over here. And then she discovered Pattern Keeper. So I think she moved on to Pattern Keeper now. I'm not sure about now. Because the last time I saw her, she was using some sort of paper chart again. So I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe she was working on something that only comes with paper charts. And I'm going to take it over here. Let me see. Why is it like this? Have I parked this in the wrong place? Let me fix it. I think I duplicate this purple thread here. And then I'm going to park it down here. And I'm going to snip this one off. Maybe park it. An organizer. It's not unusual for me to duplicate threads. 552. Because sometimes I forgot to mark the park thread with this app. 552. Let me have a look. And I'm going to work on this stitch over there. So this piece, it has back stitches as well. So there's a layer of back stitches on top that I'll be able to apply later on. So it will give the charts a lot more definition. I'm really looking forward to doing that. Let me have a look. 550. 550. It's beautiful dark purple. So I probably have about 4 different cross stitching kits from the same company, and all of them have back stitches. So it's kind of nice little challenge for me to do. Once I finish all 4 pages, if I zoom it out a little bit, so look at this, little kitten here and the crystal little ball here. They look pretty nice as they are, but once the back stitches are applied, everything would just pop out. It's going to be so nice. It'll be a nice little project on its own. Once I finish all 4 pages, it will be a nice rectangular area. It'll be nicer to be easier to work with. Um, Trying to see what's happening here. I think I missed maybe a couple of stitches. Second from the left. I see. Let me just pop this over here. I think I got a bit confused with this one here. Amanda says, do you backstitch as you go? I find it overwhelming to wait till the end. I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you, Amanda. So my plan is, so I'm on the third page here, and I'm going to complete the page next to it on the right there. And once the 4 pages are done, obviously it's just a small portion of the entire piece, I'm going to start backstitching. I'm going to start backstitching, and because I can't wait. I'm with you. I'm with you. So there's no way I'm going to wait till the end of the project, which could be years away. Well, I'd like to be able to at least stitch the areas. I think 1 page is probably too soon. I was so tempted when I finished the first page. But then you kind of want the backstitch to make some sense in terms of, actually goes around the objects. So I decided to move forward a little bit, to complete a couple of more pages before I do that. But it's just such a lovely thing to look forward to, you know. I think these ones, okay, I'll have to undo this, which is very unusual for me because what I was trying to do is to stitch the space on the left there because I parked in the wrong area. And it's quite easy to frog when it's 14 counts. Not so easy, the smaller stitch. So this color is supposed to be here. So I'll be doing a backstitching party just to do the back stitches. And I think heaven and earth, I don't believe there's any back stitching involved. Probably because most people do them in such small stitches, and it's not that meaningful, or maybe it's quite hard to do when the stitches are so small. I think it's lovely when to do it for maybe up to 20 counts. I don't know, because when you're stitching 25, you're already adding a lot of details. The back stitches probably just make everything look too crowded. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the left there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've also seen projects that you can get sort of stitching kits with beads that you kind of stitch on top of the pattern, which I'm very interested actually. I'd love to be able to try that. I haven't really had the chance to do it. Let me see. 1, 2, 1. Okay. And so I'd love to try that at some point. One, two. Got these ones over here. I'm going to hop over here. One, two, oh dear. Let me see. It's another thing I have to fix with this chart. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take it back here. It's quite exciting when you reach the other side of the page, at the other edge of the page. Right, let me review where I am right now. I think this one shouldn't be popped down here. Stitch up here. And then 2 down. That's better. So I'm following probably more along the line of the original Gemma's message. I think she now stitches in a kind of modified version from her diagonal. I don't know. She needs to give it a name because she's the one that pioneered it. But this way of stitching. But now she's doing something that she calls color flow. So it's still in principle very similar to this, but she now permits flowing with colors. So let's say if there's an area of one color or similar colors, she will flow with the color rather than trying to keep it diagonal all the time. So I haven't got my head around just yet because my mind is still resisting stitching away from the diagonal line. So, but I'm sure there will be occasions when that makes sense. It probably depends on the pattern as well. If the pattern kind of asks for it. I think she's stitching a kind of a peacock. I can't remember the name of the design, but it's a lovely peacock. So a lot of color changes around the feathers and stuff like that, but she made it make sense. I just need to get my head around because it would make it a little bit faster perhaps. It depends on the pattern. So 3 2 A2 3 here. And I'm going to end this thread because there's no other stitches around this area. A, 2, 3. I'm going to move on to this one over here. And this one underneath here. 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2. I think we're going to end this one. That one. Mm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4 here. And then 2 to the left. Okay. Um, Do one more stitch here, and I'm going to end this thread. It's getting a little bit short. Maybe just one more. Just this one down here. And park it down here. It's a little bit far away. 1, 2, and one here. Let me see. Okay. Double check here. So I'm going to park it down here, but I'm going to anchor my thread here. So just to avoid crossing over to the stitch area. I do that sometimes. So I don't get the floating threads. Oh, in fact, why don't I take it over? I'll take it over here because I just realized I've got another part thread. 3 from the left, 1, 2, 3, 1 down. So this is one stitch over here, A38. I have one threaded. It's getting darker outside. So from where I'm sitting, I can see my patio. I can see the birds and the squirrels. I think they've all gone home now. It's nice and quiet outside. And it's getting a little bit darker. Can you just tuck this one next, a stitch next to it? It's really... Three from the left. And two from top. Have a sip of my coffee here. And this one's calling me. You can always tell when one of the threads kind of going, stitch me, stitch me. That's what makes this method so interesting. One more here I can stitch. That one. Take it over here. I'm gonna just park it next to this stitch. Uh, Interesting. 1, 2 from the left. 3 to the right. I may have missed one stitch on the left there. So let me see. So I can just stitch this one. Interesting. 3. Oops. I'm gonna stitch this one over here. And oh dear, okay. So actually this is same color as well. Hello, Dolly. It's my cat, Dolly, coming here to say hello. Hello. She's been sunbathing all day. And there's a cat from the neighborhood, a black cat. So Dolly's a tuxedo cat, so black and white. I would say one of my favorite colors. I love ginger cats as well. Well, I love all cats, to be honest. But and there's a cat from the neighborhood. It's been coming kind of visit my patio for the past few years. And I always wonder whether it's a stray cat or someone else's cat, because it's hard to tell. I think it's a male cat, and he's not wearing a color, and depends on when I see him. Sometimes he looks slightly scruffy, and it makes me wonder. Oh, Amanda says hi, Dolly. Yes. Dolly says hello back to you, Amanda. Yes, and this black cat, depends on when he comes over. There were times he looked really scruffy, and I was a little bit worried. And at one point, I came very close to thinking about maybe adopting him. But the problem with this male cat, I gave him a name, but I try not to call him by name just in case he doesn't come over anymore. I get sad. But 3328. But I realized I couldn't really adopt him because he's very, very aggressive. He's a typical male cat, and I think he's not neutered. So 3328. So he's very aggressive, very territorial, but he was so sweet. He's so sweet with me. He would let me cuddle him. So it makes me wonder he's not total stranger to people. 3328. And I don't know whether maybe he was someone's cat at one point, and then either went missing straight away, or maybe it would be quite sad, or maybe he was let go. I really don't know. So every time I see him, my heart just goes a little. My heart breaks every time I see him, because I know if he's a stray cat, I won't be able to adopt him, just purely because he's so aggressive to my cats, to Dolly. It's just not gonna work. It's not really fair. And I saw him again today after maybe a few months. He looks quite well fed, so it makes me quite happy. And I resist to give him food, because in a way you're encouraging him to come back. And it's really hard. Because, part of me thinking, if he's a stray, he will need food. But the more you give him food, in a way, I think he would love to be my cat. You just get that feeling when a cat kind of, they decide who they want to be with. And I think he would love to be my cat, but knowing that it's not really possible, just purely because he's so aggressive. really bossy. I think he's more suited for a single cat family, you know, when he's the center of the universe and there's no competition. But I'm hoping that he actually has a home. He just likes to wander. Cats do that sometimes. So, and today he was trying to come in from the cat flap. So I had to change the settings so he couldn't come in, but it was so hard every time I see him. And it's a really vocal cat as well. Some cats barely meow, but he would literally, you know, go wow, try to complain, say, "Open the door, open that damn door." But I have to be very mindful so I don't confuse him. This is looking very nice. I'm going to move up here. I can sense there's a little bit of confetti going on here. So I'm ready. You have to be mentally prepared. So this is over here. Okay. Three, two, seven. It's a lovely purpley color here. And I like the threads that come with the kit. I don't know where they're made in. It's not DMC, but I like the texture. It's got more, I don't know. DMC is very smooth, very glossy, but this has got more sort of grip when you stitch, which is quite nice. When you do, okay, I've got one over here. Why don't I use this one instead? Okay, 3, 2, 7. Let me use this one. It's already part. Because 14 counts, you want that coverage as well. And 2 strands is plenty. You can tell that the stitches are quite full. You don't really see the fabric underneath. You know, it's fully covered. There's 2 more over here. And then I'm going to park it down here. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the left. 2, 3, 4. I just got a recent update from Pattern Keeper. I haven't checked what they've done in terms of new sort of new features. I've got a feeling that maybe you can mark back stitches as well. I'm not too sure. I have to check again because sometimes it's just bug fixes, but it was an update. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. 3 below. I think I parked this one wrong. Let me fix it. Here you go. I think I'm going to move on over here. It's just one stitch. So this chart also has maybe 3 3 stitches that's got 2 different colors. So that's why I marked here. It's quite a subtle blend. I mean, you can hardly tell the difference. Well, yeah, that one's a little bit lighter, maybe a little bit more red, but very, very similar. But that's the subtlety this pattern is looking for, which is quite nice. So let me just combine these two. See, these two, you can hardly see the difference, but one is slightly lighter than the other. And blending together, I just get more nuanced color. It's quite lovely. Oops. I bet if you chart a design, for instance, you probably want to look into the distribution of stitches, because sometimes like this one is really just a single stitch here. I'm sure for very good reasons, but at the same time, if you have tons of these, like, you know, single stitches here and there, it kind of feels inconsequential. I'm sure in a grander scheme of things, it makes a difference. But I do wonder. Just one stitch. But then that's why I'm not a pattern designer. I'm sure they've got their own consideration. I think I'm gonna tackle this one. I'm gonna stitch this one down. So this color actually goes vertically down for quite a few stitches, but this is where the discipline comes in, that you park a thread rather than just stitch all the way down, which is very, very tempting. But then you create, you know, a stitch area that's out of place. And discipline is part of the fun. Can you resist from doing it? I'm gonna park it down here. me see. I think I'm going to move down this area. So this is another blend color over here. Already got one here. Again, it's very, very subtle. It's like a white and gray blended together. Let me see. There. Just trying to make sure that I haven't duplicated. That's right. So 355. Going to start from here. Making really good progress today. Oh dear, I missed the corner there. should I do? Why do I keep missing upper left corner? Right there. It's a little bit tight. Maybe that's why the needle just slipped off the corner there. Here we go. Let me try again. So this morning I spent a lot of time working on. Why does it look like that? It's so bizarre. Yes, I think that's fine. It's optical illusion. It just feels like it's kind of off the corner there. So a lot of my time, very often, preparing for the classes I'm teaching, is to write sequences for my classes. And so I think every teacher has their own method of doing it. Some people draw, some people write down the poses, and what order you want them to be. And I tend to write with text. So it's a process that is kind of quite important, because it's not just about have a compilation, well, not compilation, the sequence of poses, but also what I tend to do is I practice it as I go along as well. So I write on Google Doc, but I try out the sequence as well, because a pose can feel very differently. It depends on how you enter it. What is the pose before that and after as well. So you can transition it very differently. And also when you design a class, you want the class to be balanced. So, you don't, and also you want to adjust the difficulty as well, and make sure that everyone who comes to the class, they have a version that works for them. So let me see where I'm here. 2 down. I think I'm going to park it here. So it's quite important that I actually practice it myself before I teach it. So it's quite a good way to get your own practice in as well, because sometimes when you get really busy as a teacher, you kind of neglect your own practice. That happens. That can happen to a lot of the teachers. And the problem is when you're not keeping up with your own practice, a lot of times you become detached from what you're teaching. It just becomes, kind of the script that you go through. You're not really feeling what the student's feeling, because you haven't really practiced it yourself, or at least behind on your own practice. So it's one of the things that one has been mindful when you design the sequence, so you don't make it so inaccessible that some students might feel alienated because it's so hard, or the other way around. You don't want to modify a sequence so much to cater for everyone, but there are some very strong practitioners. They probably feel like they haven't been challenged enough. So it's an art form when it comes to designing classes. And with my classes, like the one I'm teaching tomorrow morning, it's a very strong class. You know, a lot of them, they have practiced for a long time. But you also have people who kind of walked in to the class for the first time. That happens as well. Because the first thing you ask as a teacher when you start the class is always ask, you know, anyone's new to yoga. There'll be someone raising their hands. So you want to make sure that these people don't feel left out, but still keeping the regular practitioners something they can work on, you know. And the entire class is balanced. And also with something new as well, or at least a new way of approaching a pose. So it's always fresh and kind of exciting, because if you're practicing the same poses and very similar sequences all the time, sometimes you just it becomes autopilot. You know, you kind of go, oh yeah, I know what's next. That can happen. So I try to keep them on their toes and try to bring surprises every time, so they don't feel like they're, you know, they know what's coming. I don't want them to know what's coming. So designing a class can take some time, and particularly, you know, the summer's coming. I tend to teach more classes in this, you know, in the summer season. Sometimes you cover for other teachers. If they do go away on holidays, I do my best to help out. So it's not unusual to have classes back to back. So a lot of back to back classes, you'd be surprised how many people actually choose to do them all. You know, some of them just need that extra practice. So when that happens, it means you can't teach the same sequences 2 classes in a row, because they're literally repeating the previous class. And I have to say, I probably never teach 2 classes the same. Not exactly the same. There might be sequences that I repeat, but it's always different. And this is the way I prefer teaching, because it's fresh for me as well. And hopefully it's fresh for the students as well. So they can do multiple classes back to back, but, you know, they're different challenges. And it's good fun. It's particularly when certain sequences really work out well, you know, bring something new to the students' practice. It's very rewarding. And you always know when something works well, because they kind of do it with a smile. They're going, oh, I didn't know you could do this, or do it this way. I didn't know it was possible to bend over like that. I mean, I've got advantage of coming from dancer's background, so I'm relatively flexible. But I'm not as strong as some people with unbalances or stuff like that, you know. So every practitioner has their own strengths. I wouldn't say weaknesses. There's no such a thing as a weakness, but when it comes to yoga, it's just the areas you probably have more room to work on, which is nice. Male students tend to have stronger upper body strength. Maybe not less flexibility. So this is a very sweeping statement. It really depends. I've seen very flexible male students as well. And depends on what, you know, what I've been doing fitness-wise. But I think men tend to have stronger arm strengths. They can do arm balances maybe a bit more, but and women, it depends. Some have very strong upper body as well, like arms. But I think flexibility is something that everybody can work on. And also balance as well. I think balance is such an important thing. It's not just for, you know, so you can do yoga. Is a great element of the body that's going to help you navigate through day-to-day life, you know, strength and balance. Simple things like, because balance is linked to kind of how your body reacts to external, how do I put it? A lot of that is, I think balance helps with, let's say if you trip over, you know, you kick something and then you trip over. If your body is used to automatically recalibrate it and reset it, the chances are you probably won't fall over if you trip over something. You know, that instant reflex. And that's probably a good thing to have for the body. It means it has the ability to respond to any external either force or, you know, loss of balance in any way. So it's important to everyone, really. 3A22, 3A22. It's a lovely yellow. So a lot of effort. Being a teacher is not just teaching the classes, but design the classes as well. But I've also come across teachers, you know, as a student, come across teachers that teaching very similar classes every time, which is a little bit challenging for me because I get bored very easily. And I like, you know, doing something different every time. Because some teachers, they're in the school of thinking that if you repeat something over and over again, you get better at it. So there are styles of practices like Ashtanga. I don't know whether you Maybe you've heard it, or maybe you practiced it. You do this very pretty much the same sequence for eternity, pretty much forever. That's well, the ways to you can progress forward, maybe move into different. They call series. So there's a primary series that's most accessible, and then you can move forward. But not many people actually progress too far away because it's so demanding for the body. So majority of people probably practice the primary series, and that they pretty much stick to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. The same. I think maybe 50 something poses. I go to Ashtanga from time to time, but I'm not an Ashtanga practitioner. I don't teach it. So you basically practice the same sequence or sequences forever. That's kind of, you know, how they do it. And maybe there's some merit to that. Maybe there's something to it. But for my mind, I just know that it's not really my path to practice that way. I like varieties. So 402. Salmony color. Let me start from here. I'd like to see how many stitches I managed today. Be exciting to have a look. I think I have some rough idea. I'll bring it down here. And I'm going to park it over here. One stitch away, which means probably part this one. One stitch off. And then 2 stitches down. That's interesting. Why do I have one already? Part here. I think I might have 1 stitch off again. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, and down. Um, Let me see which color is this. Do this one. So with markup RXP, you can set your daily goal of any number of stitches of your choice. And I'm slightly ambitious, so I actually set it to 300. And I rarely reach the goal, let's face it. But there might be a chance today to do that because I'm about 63, 62 stitches away, which is kind of doable. I'd love to be able to reach 300 today. Let's see how it goes. It'll be very nice if I make it, because you get a kind of little confetti celebration there, which which is quite nice. A round of applause from the app. Oops. And then I'm going to park it down here. So I need another thread of 402. Oops. Oh, Brittany, hello. Brittany says hello from Pennsylvania. I'm finally catching one of your lives. Oh, welcome. Welcome, Brittany. Good to see you. I'm so happy that you managed to catch me stitching mostly in a very unsociable hours in London. But yeah, I started a little bit early today, so welcome. Let me know if you're stitching. If you are, I'd love to know what you're working on. What time is it over there? I suppose it's probably a lot earlier than here. Over here in London, we're 9:30. Yay! I mean, stitching is one of the things I can kind of sit still and do. A lot of times I get, I'm very multitasking. I want to do everything all at once. But stitching is one of those things I can kind of just sit here and do without being distracted that much. I mean, a lot of times I'll watch Floss Tube or listen to podcasts or whatever. But I'm still very focused, particularly this way of stitching. I do need to kind of really have my mind quite focused. So Brittany says, I'm working on a retired Haid Magic Study Rainbow version by Rose Can. I wonder what I need to Google it. Magic Study Rainbow version. It's 4:30 p.m. in Pennsylvania. Wow, very nice. I'll Google the piece you're working on. I'd love to see what it's like. A retired, does that mean they don't do it anymore? Do they retire their patterns? Maybe it's some sort of a contractual thing with the artist. So they have a limited number of time. That's why if you see a pattern you love, just get it. You don't want to miss it. It's like this, this kit, this pattern. I don't know where you can get it now. I wonder. It's this one. You know what? I'm gonna just have a quick Google. I'm really curious about the piece. Let me see if I can find it from my phone. And if I can, I'll show it to you. Let me see. So what's the piece? Oh, so Brittany says it's no longer available. They do have contracts, and sometimes the artists decide to go to another company. There was a violet version as well. I miss out, and I was so sad. So there are different versions. I'm really curious now. So the piece is called Magic Study Rainbow. I'm gonna just have a quick rainbow. Oh, so it shows up as a puzzle as well. Let me have a look. Rainbow version, is that the one you're doing? Rainbow version, let's have a look. I think I found it. I'll share with you if it will load. Oh, I see. Let's have a look. Is this the piece? Let me just turn it, see if I can. Whoops. Here we go. Oh my God, that's gorgeous. There's all sorts of colors. So there are different color schemes, I presume. So this is a rainbow version. And did you say they do have a violet version? Okay. Ah. So this looks like the violet version. Why does it say it's rainbow? Let's have a look. So this says this is the rainbow version. Ah, how nice. So you can still get it from someone else, which is probably good news. If it just totally discontinued, then it's quite upsetting. It's beautiful. I love the color changes. You're probably like me. You like all sort of things happening within the design. Makes me very excited. Because some pieces, particularly I've seen either on Heaven and Earth or Gecko Rouge, there's some beautiful pieces like, paintings and stuff, but it's just got, they were very similar in color, just different gradients and shades. And I just know that I won't be able to work on those without screaming firmly inside. That's just me. And how far have you gone in terms of progression? It's probably quite a lot of confetti with that much going on within the design. And also I'd love to know what fabric count that you're working it on. So today might be one of the mini marathon sessions because I'm trying to reach 300 stitches, which is not easy with this way of stitching because generally it's a little bit slower, but it's just very kind of grounding way of working, of stitching. Do one more down here. That's interesting. Brittany says, I just poured this back out this week after having put it away a few years ago. I bought and started in 2021. I'm at 7K stitches or 1 point what? 7K 7,000 sounds quite a lot. It must be a really large piece if you're only 1.5%. There's confetti, but there are also large blocks of color, which is a nice change, yes. So, oh my God. You're stitching it on 32 counts, 1/1 full cross. That is so tiny. Can you see the stitches, Brittany? I'm not sure I can. 1/1 full cross. So that would be quite nice. 32 counts. Goodness. I thought 28 is probably quite challenging already. I haven't tried 28. I'm still trying to build up my courage to try 28. 32 hasn't even crossed my mind, to be honest. Wow. But 1/1 for that sort of size of stitches must be quite full body. It would be quite nice because some people complain, you know, you do 1/1 25 counts. Some people think that you can still see the fabric, but not for me. I generally I feel it's okay. Okay, so it's a 775 by 574. Yeah, it's big. It's big. Wow. And are you starting from upper left? Or you do what I do sometimes, just go straight to the center, which is most juicy part for most design. Oh, you can see them. You can see the stitches. And Brittany says, I have an Amy Stewart Haid. I'm doing on 40 counts. What? 1/1 40 counts. Wow, that's super small. You must have superhuman eyesight there. But that sounds so interesting. I haven't heard of anybody doing Haid on 40 counts or even 72 counts. That is amazing. But you're planting ideas in my head because at some point I'll probably want to try it. I'm just that kind of person. Oh, wow. That sounds amazing. I'll be squinting and go blind, probably. But it's good to know that people are doing superhuman tiny stitches. But it will probably come out really high definition because the stitches are so small. So you probably get a really, really pretty piece there. Oh, Brittany says. So Brittany says she's starting from upper left, yes, working diagonally, like most normal people. Good. Thumbs up. And she says she doesn't have super eyesight, but just bring it really close to the face. Try it. It's fun. Yes, that's one way of doing it. Bring it to yourself rather than having going blind. Yeah, I suppose.
That's one way of doing it. But have you always worked on sort of such high sort of stitch counts, or did you work sort of from 25 counts for the mere mortals? Because I kind of talked about this a couple of times, that when I first started 25 counts, when I discovered the full coverage world, literally I jumped from 14 counts to 25 counts overnight. I had no idea what I was doing. So I thought, well, I just get the fabric. Let me just part this one. And I just dived straight in, 25 counts, and I nearly went blind. I was feeling so defeated, because my eyes couldn't interpret what I was looking at. And I kept looking at, because with fabric, this is 14 counts. So with Ada, you can see clearly where you're supposed to stitch, the holes around the four corners, and the cross goes in the middle. Whereas when you go up to 20, well, you can still see that up to 22 counts. But when you get even weave 25, you just see strands going vertically and horizontally. Your eyes just can't interpret where the stitch is supposed to be going. And I thought, oh, no way I'm going to be able to stitch like this. And so I had to build up from 14 counts and go up gradually, just train my eyes to focus on smaller stitches. And finally I made it. I think I can just about manage 25 counts. Shanna Shanna says, hello Shanna. Shanna says, I poke my eyes with a needle or something, to have to hold it that close. Yes, Brittany says, I work my way up. Just the things we do just so we can stitch those tiny stitches is insane. Brittany says, I worked my way up. My first hay was 14 counts. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I can relate to that, because I was a brand new stitcher and still not done. Oh, I presume the 14 counts. I need to restart on the smaller count. Oh, yes, I think that's very sensible. I'm glad to hear that. Because that's how I did it as well. Because I nosedived into 25 overnight from 14, and I learned my lesson. And I'm glad I didn't give up, because I was on the verge of thinking maybe it's just not for me. Maybe these people just have superhuman eyesight, and it's just not for me. But I left it for a few days, kind of just like pondering upon what I was going to do. And I thought, well, it makes sense just to work my way up and see how it goes. So I got fabrics of different counts, smaller pieces, and I started practicing. And by the time I did 22 counts, I was feeling a bit more confident. I thought, well, from 22, I can handle it. Maybe it's not so far-fetched to do 25. So I just work up from there. Oh, Shanna, you make me laugh. Yes, I think, we work very hard. The effort we put in in order to stitch these pieces is just insane. But I don't think I ever seen even weave as 48 counts. It's almost like linen type of fabric, isn't it? What kind of fabric do you do? Can you get even weave of such, like, how many counts again? It's 40, 42? Is it 42? 48 on a 14 count. Oh, 40 counts. Okay. Man, that's hardcore. That's very hardcore. Oh dear. Let me see. Lost my app there for a moment. And pick this up. Shana says, I'm working on my first Haid. It's mini on 14 counts. That's totally sensible. That's exactly what I did. I started with 14 counts on a mini Haid. It's a piece. I'm trying to recall a name. I've got it here on my pattern keeper. I trying to show you which one. My very first mini Haid. Let me see if I can show it to you. So it was this piece, mini patchwork quilt. So let me bring up the markup here. So it's this piece, it's mini, it's lovely. And so what I did, because it's so pretty, and at that time, to be honest, I didn't even know whether I was going to enjoy this way of stitching. So I was using my loose floss here and there mixed with different brands, and I didn't even refer to the thread colors. I literally just look at the colors on the markup and try to find the closest color thread I had in my drawer, and just starting stitching, and it actually came out pretty good. Surprisingly, obviously the colors would be sort of a hit and miss, but if it's a red or orange or whatever, and I managed to go probably about 10% of this on 14 counts. And then obviously I started work on smaller stitches. So this piece, I'm actually working, I restarted it again on 25 counts. And I'd love to go back to this piece soon, amongst with like 20 other ongoing WIB at the same time. So this is my virgin experience of Haid. Yeah, but that's totally sensible to start with 14 counts. But as you can see, even with 14 counts, if it's beautifully charted, like Haid charts tend to be, then it will come out just really beautiful. Yes, it's a lovely, lovely piece. Yes, I totally agree. And I do have a version that's ongoing. That's on 25 counts. Because very often, once you start working on, let me just undo this one, just getting a little bit uneven there. When you start to reduce the counts, well, not reduce it, going up the stitch counts, you kind of go, well, I've got a piece that's 14 counts, I bet it looks 10 times better on higher count fabric. So you kind of go, well, let me just restart again. I totally get it. So I did that plenty of times. This one's getting a little bit short here. Oh, Shannon, you were doing the same piece, the peacock Gemma is working on. So I think she's doing the regular color, if I get it correctly. Is that the version you're working on as well? It's a beautiful piece. It's got a lot of color changes.
And on 14 counts is, you know, you get all the details and stuff. And I'd love to speak to her one day to see how she came about and come up with this method, because no one else is doing what she's doing. And she's such a original thinker. And I love that. Because most people, if you have, you know, just have a look at this way of stitching, you probably go, oh, that's unnecessarily kind of, you know, orderly, so to speak. Because you literally, you know, there are rules you have to kind of follow that some people might not think is time critical. But she's very sort of consistent in her way of stitching, and is still fast. She still managed to stitch really fast. Yes, I love Gemma as well. And she's so calm and peaceful. She's probably one of the first floss tubers that I discovered. Because even now I'm constantly looking for videos of stitching methods, different methods, and parking methods in particular. And I came across her video, her channel, and just fell in love with it. It was just fascinating the way she does things. So original. So hopefully I'm doing her proud with this way of stitching. I was like scrutinizing every video she made and just watching how she decides to move her stitches and where they go. You know, it's like watching a sport. So she helped me a lot in terms of finding my ways, you know, figure out what kind of stitcher I am, because it's a exploration for ourselves, isn't it? It's like not just doing what other people's doing, but who are you as a stitcher? Who am I? Oh, I missed this one from Shanna. Yes, the higher count makes it look more look like painting. Yes, it does. And Shanna says stitching mummy. Oh, stitching mummy does high counts, and she somehow color complete stitching mummy. I'm not aware of the channel. Is it a YouTube channel? I'll look her up. So higher count. Okay, color complete. I think, yeah. I think if you do higher counts, it's probably, so for instance, people do color complete of a block, or maybe 2 blocks at a time, and some people do entire page, right? So they're different size of areas people decide to do. I think able to do probably per block. It was probably one of the first parking methods that I explored. You know, one block at a time, diagonal, like staircase, and then you do color complete of each block, and then you park either to the right or bottom or diagonal. There are different rules that people have. But I think I run into problems with color complete when I end up with it's kind of a lot of bulk. And I think bulk is fine because we're making fabric with the floss, but it's more of the floating thread. If I have to, let's say if the final stitch is on the left edge of the block, and then for whatever reason you decide to park or end the thread on the right side, you end up having to take the thread over to the right, floating over the stitch area, if that makes sense. And that's when I start to get cold sweat. For some reason, I just can't do that. I just do not like the idea of having floating threads over stitch area. I don't mind if I just take it down to on stitch area, no problem at all. I can even park 2 blocks away, you know, if I felt it's justified, and I'll do that. But if it's over stitched area, I just don't like it. Oh, Brittany says yes. Oh, so Brittany knows a stitching mummy as well. I must look her up. She does color complete. Forgot about her. My attention, my attention span is so short. Oh, hang on, Shanna. Do you mean she does color complete over the entire piece? No way. No way. Oh, wow. I don't think, yeah, I know people that do that, but I just find it incredible because, first of all, even if I didn't mind having thread sort of cross all over the back of the work, it's the fact that I'll probably make mistakes everywhere. So by the end of the project, it probably look very different. Yeah, because the other day, just yesterday, I was working on a 25 count piece and stitching over a defined area, but fairly large, probably about 20 blocks. I was making mistakes everywhere. So I think I'm going to have to reduce the area I'm working on at a time so I can kind of, you know, get the stitches right. So an entire piece is a little bit crazy. Not crazy. I'm going to look her up because I like crazy people like that who can do what I can't do. And I've come across quite a while ago, years ago, actually, when I was maybe a couple of years ago, there's a lady who does a massive piece, huge fabric, as big as a blanket. And she just picked one color and start doing that for the entire piece. And the fabric wasn't even gridded. It was just, and I don't believe she gridded it either manually. So basically just a blank piece of fabric, and then she just started stitching, color completion. And geez, I don't know, some people are made differently, so. Brittany says, I make mistakes all the time, I just fudge it. Yes. No one will ever know. That's very true. That's very true. I rarely frog my stitches. If I can get away with it, I try. I just stitch over it. It's harder to do when with 14 counts is because there's just more material. Like two over one is harder to disguise, but 25 counts is quite easy. I just stitch over it, unless it's a whole patch, like quite a large area, or maybe if the color contrast is too great, it shows through. Otherwise, yeah, I just stitch over it. No one knows. No one will know. Not even even I wouldn't know, because a lot of times you kind of go, well, I'll stitch over it. Maybe I'll notice it later. A lot of times I have a second look. I don't even know where it was. So you can get away with maybe a few stitches, as long as it's not really large area. And let me end this thread. I've used it up pretty good. Yeah, so I can't imagine color complete entire piece. Maybe something that for future challenges when I grow my courage, which I don't have right now. So if I can't even manage sort of 20 blocks, the chances of me surviving the entire project is pretty slim, let's say. Oh, I've got 24 stitches to go before I reach 300. Oh, I'm so excited. The last time I completed it, the app switched time, switched day. So I lost the confetti congratulations, the firework. But this time I want my confetti. Bottom left. Let's see. Going to look on this one here. So I think color completion, I'll probably keep it. I don't know. Sometimes I do try. I think I tried color completion with my half stitch 10 stitch projects the other day. It just didn't flow, because at the end, the final couple of colors, you just end up having to stitch in a lot of boxed in stitches, and the fabric gets really tight. I think 1 over 1 is probably okay, but with 2 strand 10 stitch, it just didn't feel very good. So I tried it, and we'll probably leave it for now and do row by row. Probably something to do with the fact that I was using CXC floss as well, because they're a lot fuller. It might feel differently with DMC. Shannon says, do you grid your fabric? Yes, with plain fabric, I would, like 14 counts is quite big. So I use one of these, let me show you, it's a fabric pen. So this is made by Clover. I think it's a Japanese company. They do a lot of sort of sewing kind of, let me see the focus here. Ooh, hello, focus. Yes, Clover. They do a lot of fabric accessories. It's really good. And got it from Amazon, I think. So what it has is one end is like an ink pen, and you draw like that. And the other end, if you make a mistake, you just flip over. I don't know, it's just water or some sort of solution, and you can literally just draw over it and it disappears and it dries. I mean, in theory, even without the eraser here, you can just use water. It should disappear. So with the larger counts, like 14 counts, maybe up to 18 or maybe even 20, I'll use fabric pen like this. But I wouldn't use it for 25 counts. And certainly not above. Reason being, it bleeds a little bit. You can see the line is pretty thick. So with higher counts, I tend to use good old-fashioned pencil. So the drawback is if you make a mistake with pencil, you can't really erase it. But you can just redraw along on the correct location. The thing is, it gets covered completely. It doesn't show through. It's quite faint, so it's not too bad. It's visible. It's clearly visible, as you can see. But you can keep it reasonably faint. It's still quite easy to see, but you can just fully cover it. Yeah, it's Clover's really good firm. I think I've got my scissors here as well. You can't see very well. It's Clover as well. It's just really well made, really well made products. Really solid. And this pen, to be honest, something with the ink inside. Normally they might dry out the ink. This one, I probably got it for like a couple of years. I use it from time to time, and it's still perfectly fine. It's just really well made products, and they're not too expensive. They're not, for the quality, it's quite inexpensive. So that's kind of my way of gridding. And I have a couple projects that's got pre-gridded, like fabric from DMC. I use them as well. And yes, if you're starting 25 counts for the first time, I highly recommend you get the pre-gridded fabric. It's a little bit more expensive, but not vastly. But it's just a peace of mind. If you miss, a couple of stitches, if you're not used to gridding, high stitch count fabric, then just get the pre-gridded ones to start from there. And once you get confident and comfortable, then you can, start gridding yourself. But and I tried all sorts of things. I think, some I've learned from some stitchers, they use some sort of maybe this type of pens that you can rub off with the ends, so friction eraser type of thing. It just doesn't work for me for some reason. Maybe it's the brand I'm getting. The pen just doesn't draw very smoothly, so I always struggle to make a sort of proper line there, so I don't use it anymore. I just use pencils. So it's trial and error sometimes to find what works for you. And these lines I've drawn, I think I did them probably at least a couple of years ago. They're still perfectly good. They don't get fainty, but you can still erase them very easily. So that's a very, very good fabric pen.
Am I back? Hello? Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me now. I think my mic, which is wireless, kind of lost the link from the receiver, probably because I've been stitching for too long. Let me know if you can hear me. Otherwise, I'll have to stitch in silence for the remaining time. Yay! Thank you, Brittany. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Technical glitch, but all good now. fingers crossed. Because I'm using wireless mic, and sometimes it's a pretty good mic, but sometimes the after a while you kind of just go on strike. It happened once last time, and I lost the audio for about 10 minutes toward the end. So thanks for the heads up. Otherwise, it would be the sort of silent stitching session all of a sudden, which is not a bad thing, perhaps. So one over here. All is good now. All is good now. So let me move it over here. 1, 2. Technology. Brittany says, if you watch Karen the Needlebug, she has issues like that all the time. Oh, lovely Karen. Yes. Oh dear, I think my audio is it going to be like this for the rest of the session? And I've got about 13 stitches to go. I don't want to go, I don't want to get muted. I want to, I want to get to 300 stitches with audio, please. I'll definitely look you up, Shino. Let me see, where am I? Because my microphone is going to go in and out like this for the remaining session from the look of it.
Oops. Okay, let me know if you can hear me. I just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. So I switch to another mic. It might sound a little bit different, but at least you can hear me. Jeez. Oh man. Beautiful. Let me know if you can hear me, okay? So I think it's working. Oh, good. Brittany, thank you so much. It's a different mic. See, quick thinking of me. I think what happens is because let me just have a look. Let me see. Because they're wireless, and even though they're supposed to last, the battery is supposed to last forever. It really depends on the usage. So I think I was probably talking too much. It just burned the batteries a little bit faster. So I just switched to a different microphone. So there you go. Beautiful. So we can have some, maybe you're looking for some peace and quiet for the final few stitches, but no chance. I'll still be talking. So I'm very close. I've got 9 stitches to go. I'm really excited. And let me see. I'm over here. I'm actually going to do these ones at the bottom left here. I think that would be good to do that. Wonderful. You can all hear me. And stitch these 9 more to go before I reach my goal. Nothing's more thrilling than technical glitch. I think it happened last time as well when I did a marathon session. The microphone just go, nah, not doing it anymore, and just give up. Thank you, Brittany. The last sprint. The last sprint, yes, I can do it. I can do it. And I'm gonna go over here. Um, A44, A44. Let's have a look. One, two, two here, two more over here. So I was trying to think, in Japan, it may be, is it quite early in the morning? I'm trying to think. They should be ahead of London time. Because there was a lady said from Japan earlier on saying there was 4 a.m. in the morning. Very early stitching going on there. So maybe morning over there, I'm guessing. It's a great thing about internet because people from different time zones. So whenever it is, there's always someone awake or asleep. Good. And I think I'm going to stitch this one over there. 1, 2, 3. Yes. I put that one in the wrong location. So I'll fix that. 2 more here. 4 more stitches. Yeah. I don't know why I've got all this part thread that's not marked. It's very disturbing. Two here. So Brittany, are you asking me, am I in hate group by any chance? Do you mean Facebook group? If that's what you're asking, I think I am, but I haven't used Facebook for like forever and ever, so I haven't checked. Is it a good, is it useful? Because I think I was, but there's so many different ones. Is there a kind of official hate group? I follow them on Instagram, but I haven't checked the Facebook group for a long time. Let me just, oh, I think this might be the moment, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Let's zoom out a little bit. Right, so this is my progress today. So I moved from around here, the corner of this little wooden box here, and then gradually moved down here. Okay, and let me show you my app. Maybe we need to zoom out a little bit more. There you go. So I've got 2 more stitches to mark, and I would like you to focus on a low on this area. I've got 2 stitches to go, and I have completed these 2 stitches. So I'm going to mark it. Okay, everyone, are you ready? Brace yourself. I'm going to mark these 2. 1, and then last one. Watch this. Congratulations, Yogi. Wasn't that nice? All that work is just for that moment of confetti. I did it. I did it because last time it just happened to switch a day because I was stitching quite late at night. I did it. Yay. Right, so Brittany's referring to the Facebook, and she says, I follow them on Instagram but never post over there. Ah, so she knows in hate group as well. Brittany, thank you very much. Yes. So Brittany says, I manage 132 stitches, but my attention span is like, I know, I can totally relate to that. That's why I really have to sit down, and streaming really helps me to focus as well. Because if I was stitching on my own, I'll probably, get distracted every 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shino. Yes, the confetti is totally worth it. Totally worth it. To be honest, I could have set the goal to 5 stitches. I'll still get the confetti. But what's the point of that, right? So let me zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit of a little cat there. I love that. I really love it. So this is the 3rd page coming down here, and then I'll try to, I'll work toward completing the page on the right there. And once I'm done, I'll do a back stitching party. I'll be doing the back stitching. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait. So I'm so glad I reached my goal. And so after my microphone giving up, and how long have I been stitching today? Oh my God, over 5 hours. My goodness. So I'm really happy with my progress today, and I have to thank you for keeping me company and chatting with me. Thank you so much. And so let me just quickly show you my progress before I sign off. Let me just go to info here. So my total progress now in terms of projects is 8.48%. Okay, still a little bit to go, but we're getting close. But the most important thing is here, daily stitch target 300 has been completed. Yes, so I'm very happy with that. So with that, on that note, I'm going to bid you good evening and good night. So this is close to 11 p.m. in London here, and wherever you are, I hope you enjoying your Saturday, and I hope to catch you again soon. I've been streaming the last 3 days. Maybe I'll keep the streak going. Maybe stitching on this piece or a different piece. I'm really enjoying your company and stitching with you. And if you're watching the archive, I hope you enjoy this little journey here today. Thank you so much, everyone. Brittany, Shino, and Maret. And thank you, and Chloe as well. Thank you for your chat, your wonderful company here. So good night, 99 from London. Night night.